as me. But you were cold enough to burn. I kept my feelings out of you. You held my head against the flame and made me give my crown to you. Spirit, but lucky all the same. Sweet taste of vampires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Talking heads parade their faces
Happy Sunday, everyone! Welcome! Welcome to another Chill Art Sunday. I almost said Gaming Friday. I don't know why sometimes I get those two mixed up. But regardless, welcome and thank you so much for joining. Happy Sunday. I am starting a bit late today for two reasons. One, I woke up rather late, and two, it is really hot today. Actually, I kid you not, it is really hot. If I open the thermometer here, that's how hot it is. And actually, it was hotter when I woke up. So, join that with the fact that I personally don't actually enjoy hot weather like this. And well, I just really was not in the mood to do anything, even to just talk. So I decided to take a little while before I could start the stream. But regardless, better late than never, right? So let's go and resume works on this thing that I was working on last Sunday. And I am actually almost done with this sketch. In fact, I have pretty much finished drawing Silvertrot and Thunder Skies on the last Sunday. And I do believe that the only thing I have to do next for the sketch itself is drawing the creeper. But like I said last Sunday, because this picture is essentially going to be how can I say it? It's going to be like a scene from, not exactly from Minecraft, but it is a scene that is taking place within the universe of Minecraft in some way. The creeper that I'm gonna be drawing here, because I did not draw the characters all square like they would be if they existed in Minecraft, I will have to draw the creeper more, let's say, rounded. I mean, I can draw a square creeper just like it is in the game, but I think the styles would clash a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. I can do that. It will work just fine. But I feel like I should round up the shape of the creeper so it matches a little more with the design of the ponies. So there's two things that I will be doing today specifically. One, I should be drawing a creeper for the very first time. Technically the second time. I have drawn a creeper before, it's just that it was done just in whatever way I remembered a creeper to be, and therefore it was not correctly drawn. Besides, it wasn't even much of a sketch, more like doodle of sorts I drew years ago. But I digress. So I will be drawing a creeper for the very first time, and secondly, on top of drawing a creeper for the first time, I will be drawing a creeper with rounded corners instead of all sharp squares. So I am going to need, God, it's hot here. I am going to need a reference for the creeper. Oh, but my creepers are so easy to draw. Yes, they are, I know. But I want to draw them as accurately as possible. Like I always say, I don't try to achieve realism or perfection exactly, but I like things to be as natural looking as possible. And I do want this creeper to be correctly drawn, so this here is going to be perfect as a reference. I'm going to save it to this folder. So put that there. And let's open this on Paint. Copy it over to here. Let's make it smaller. And let's turn it around. Let's make it a little smaller, yeah. I'm not sure how I'm gonna make how exactly I'm gonna color the skin of this creeper. I'll figure out that later. Right now it's not the time to bother with that. Right now what I have to worry about is just drawing the sketch. So let's move these two characters to the side a bit, because I'm going to draw the creeper over here. I could and maybe should remove these two from here, so I have the entire area of the canvas to work with just the creeper. But I kind of do need Silver Trot, at least Silver Trot here, to use as a reference for drawing the size of the creeper correctly. So, you know, proportions and that sort of stuff. Let's see if I can get anything done, because it is really hot. You have no idea how warm it is. Oh, which, by the way, I might cut this stream a little shorter today. I might not stream for as long as I usually do on Sundays, because God knows how much of a cold, well, it's not really gonna be a cold shower, but I do need the shower to get myself cooled down a little bit, because it's too hot and I don't have air conditioning. Actually, I only have a fan here, and either that thing is weaker than it should be, even at max power, or the air around me here in the room is so warm that it feels like the fan is not doing much. Point is, it's hot. Anyway, so the creeper, I think I'm going to start. Well, first of all, what is the size of the creeper relative to Silver? Okay, so the creeper is just slightly taller than Silver Trot. So, considering perspective, since the creeper is a little farther away from quote-unquote the camera than Silver is, although the creeper is supposed to be a little taller than Silver Trot because he's farther away, I should probably draw the creeper no taller than this here, than this line. Yeah, so considering the ground, so the characters, let's see, Thunder Skies is closer, Silver Trot is a little farther away, so it makes sense that he is at this level here, while Thunder is at this level here. So I reckon the creeper should be around this level on the ground. Yeah, more or less around this level. So height-wise, let's have the creeper be about this tall and no more. Let's change the color of this line, because I will be drawing over it very likely. These lines are going to be serving just as a reference, essentially. Let me go ahead and save this to the workshop. Now, you might be wondering why I have opened the workshop file, copied the thing, then made a new document, pasted it, and then saved it again over the original, instead of just opening and starting works on that file and saving normally to that. The reason for that is because of the what I call the eraser trick. And if you don't remember or don't know what that is, it's, well, basically what I just did here with these gray lines. So to give you a quick example, let's say I want to change the color of this line here from light gray to red. So I'm gonna have the light gray, this shade of gray, exactly on color number 1, and set red to color number 2 over here. Grab the eraser, right click, and then do this. What this does is everything that has this specific color that I have set on color number 1 will be changed to color number 2 if I pass the eraser with right click over that particular color. So for example, I'm gonna do this. If I do this on this line, as you can see, wherever I rub the eraser over that color, it changes to red. But I'm not letting go. But if I do the same thing over these two characters here, none of their colors change because none of their colors contain the color that I have set on color number 1. So therefore, I can do changes to specific colors or specific areas without affecting other parts of a given picture. And this is extremely useful. Like for example, let's say I want to see this dual wall down here. Let's say I want to remove just the skeleton lines from Thunder Skies over here, which is the same light gray that I have there. So let's say I just want to erase those. The background of the canvas here is all white, so I have white on color number 2, and I want to remove this light gray without removing the darker gray that represents Silver Troll over there. So I just do this, and as you can see, even though I am using the eraser over the gray lines are not being erased. And the same thing can be done for those instead. So I just gotta pick that shade of gray and do the same thing, and there you go. Only that color has been changed. So this is for your context. Now what happens is, for some reason on Paint, let me open a new document here. Sometimes when I try to do that by just opening an existing file, that little trick does not work. Somehow, for some reason, it's like Paint identifies the color as a different shade of the color, and therefore it does not do the thing. Okay, it did for this here now, but sometimes it doesn't. I promise you, sometimes it doesn't. So to avoid that, because that is actually quite annoying. Yeah, I don't know why it is not doing that now. But sometimes it doesn't do that. So to spare me the trouble of having to deal with that, I just downright go ahead and start a new document, technically speaking. That way I don't encounter that bug. I'm assuming it is a bug, but it's fine, no big deal. Alright, so anyway, now there's 2 things I have to bear in mind here. 3 technically: perspective, proportions, and the angle at which the creeper should be positioned. How do I get started on this? I think I'm going to begin by drawing the... How do I draw a character that is essentially a collection of cubes? I mean, obviously by drawing cubes, but I mean, to define the proportions, I have to start with skeletal lines. It's not, that is not the actual name, but that's how I call it. You know, these things down here. How do I make those for something that is composed of cubes? I don't think I have ever done this before. I will figure it out. Well, in any case, I did say that I wanted to make this creeper rounded. So let's begin then with a round head. By the way, I think I'm going to use a circle, because since this creeper is supposed to be somewhat similar to Silver in height, the head might have to be about the same circumference size. So let's say that this here is going to be the head. I'm very likely going to change this size-wise. I always end up changing the size of the heads. Is the music too loud, by the way? I think it might be a little too loud. Let me drop the volume a little bit. Okay, this might be a little better. Alright, let's say this here is going to be the head. And let's say this, I'm just going to use a straight line. Angle-wise, how should I make this? Creepers have such a strange body. Also, how am I going to do the legs? Okay, let's make the body about this size. There we go. Now for the legs. Creepers have 4 legs. I don't know, let's do this. And let's say we have a leg. Oh man. This is technically an extremely simple design, but when you try to draw the thing in a more natural looking appearance, and by natural looking I mean, you know, as if it were an actual creature that could exist, it's such a strange thing. So, how do I translate these legs into a more organic thing? Because if we are to look at the creeper completely sideways, it would look like this. There's the head, there's the body, and the legs are just there, kind of like this. No actual connection to the body. So it looks like that, sideways. But to try and turn this into something organic, we have to connect these legs to the body somehow. So, you know, I'm going to use this as a little experiment. Not experiment, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. If I am to roundify this thing here, I think it would make more sense to keep the creeper still squared, but just round the corners. So it could look more like something like this, I suppose. Oh, hey, a comment I left somewhere. Got a heart. What is this? Okay, and it's not going to open the notification. That's fine. I'll check it on my phone then. I am curious. What is this? Congratulations, your comment got a heart. Oh, it's a comment I left on a meme video from a... Wow, there's a lot of likes. Yeah, let's take a quick look at that. YouTube. Yes, this video here. Never has such a useless update been so loved by everyone. Wow, 1.5k? Okay, I was not expecting so many likes on a comment like that.
Here comes the boy, hello boy, welcome
not sure why or how that became a meme, but apparently it has. And for those of you who do not know, Valve has released a quote-unquote major update for Team Fortress 2 recently, and one of the things they added / changed apparently was to add completely inanimate snakes to one specific map. I can't remember the name. I think it's Snake Water or something like that. And then, as far as I know, the snakes do nothing. They don't even move. They are just there in the background, out of bounds. But everyone apparently likes that the snakes have been added. So there's a lot of videos memeing about those snakes around. Anyway, back to the creeper. So, roundifying the creeper could make it like this, sort of. In terms of the body, assuming the body, if we were to be seeing just the body without the head from above, it would be a rectangle like this. So roundify it kind of like this, you know, essentially this sort of, except a little more round on the corners. Should I give this thing a neck? I mean, kind of makes sense. I mean, kind of would make sense. I'm going to drink some water. I kid you not. I had this water, this entire cup of water, in the freezer before I started the stream. I had it there for like an hour and a half, more or less. It was very cold when I got it out of there. It is getting warm already. And I just got it out of there, so I could drink this water for the stream. Which, by the way, I am likely going to be taking a few breaks more often today, because I will need to go to the kitchen and grab more water. It is too hot to not be drinking water. Right. Yeah, should we draw a neck? Yeah, I am going to give this creeper a neck, so let's do this. So let's assume this side here is the front side. Why? I don't know. I just want it to be that way. And here's the back. Okay, now the legs are going to be something interesting. How do I connect these things in an organic manner? Also, how should I shape the legs of this thing? I mean, the creeper is technically a quadruped, and quadrupeds, they have their legs are kind of like this. The front legs have kind of this articulation. That's for the front leg, and the back legs usually are like this. Should I make a creeper's legs like that? Should I make them equal to one another, all four of them looking the same? Should they have knees? I mean, it makes sense that legs have knees, but I have never considered that before. Huh. I think the only thing I can do here to figure this out is actually to experiment. Well, in terms of the front legs, I suppose it makes sense if I have the knees be on the front side of the legs, just because of where they are positioned. Actually, I think the legs should be the exact same on front and the back, except that they should be opposite to each other. That is, let's remove this example here. One knee and kind of do it like that, and same thing for the back leg, but opposite of the front leg. Okay. And well, we can see the creeper seems to have actual paws or feet or whatever you want to, whatever a creeper would have. I'm gonna call them paws. So should I draw that? Should I consider these as being just claws coming straight out of the legs? Also on the bottom side here, yes, should we make those into claws, kind of like that? It probably would. It probably would look a little creepy. No pun intended, but you know, that might work. That might work. Let's do that. So the leg essentially just converts straight into a paw, which has claws on the end there. Why would a creeper need claws? I don't know. Why would a creeper explode in the first place? Okay, so it is starting to look like an alien. And we would have eyes showing somewhat on the side. There's a mouth. Okay. And if we are to remove the gray, let's move this up and paste this down here. Let's remove the gray to see what just the red lines look like. Yeah, okay, the head maybe could be a little rounder, but I suppose that works. Yeah. In terms of the skeletal structure, let me copy the red. It would have the head, right? The body, a circle there, a line to define a part of the leg, and this. Okay, yeah, I think I get it now. I think this should work for the structure of the creeper. So in that case, I'm gonna have to redo this section here. So the creeper should be facing kind of this way. This is obviously not the final face that the creeper is gonna have. Excuse me. I'm just placing it here to have a better idea of where exactly the creeper is and at which angle we are seeing that thing. So let's draw this circle down here. And we're going to be having a leg coming this way with a knee. Also, the creeper is supposed to be walking, so I will have to draw these legs moving somehow. You know, one leg in front of the other and the other one on the back, and that sort of stuff. But I have no idea how I'm going to do that yet. So for starters, let's just draw the creeper as if it were just standing still, with the legs in the position of just standing. And from there, I should be able to figure out where they should be properly positioned to give you the idea that the creeper is walking, because that's what the creeper is doing. It is walking towards Silver and Thunder. So this here is supposed to be the front right leg, I suppose. Okay, that's one. Let's see for the front left leg. That's a bit too long. Perhaps. Is this right? Not exactly. Kind of feel like this knee should be more over here. Yeah, let's redraw this part. So let's erase this. Redo. Also, I think this should be at a different angle slightly. This is not quite right, but for the bases it should work, hopefully. And now for one back leg over there. Okay, that is too long. Fun fact. Creepers in Minecraft were originally supposed to be the pigs, but Notch, the creator of Minecraft, made a mistake in their code, in the coding of the pigs, so the game rendered the pig in this shape instead, and then Notch thought that looked interesting and that it could be made into a monster. So he recoded the thing to become the creeper, and then did the code for the pigs correctly, so we would have the pigs as they are supposed to be, and thus the creeper was born. And there goes another leg, I guess. Back left leg. That is weird. Whatever I am doing here, this looks so strange. Let's save this to a specific progress sheet only for the creeper. So paste that there, and let's call this file Creeper Progress Sheet. And I'm going to drink some water. Now, technically speaking, this is the part where I start to draw the the body. Although I am going to draw it rounded with rounded corners like in this example here, I will begin with, well, I'll begin with scratching my ear because it's itching. There you go, that's better. I am going to begin with actual squares, and then I will roundify them somehow. And the reason why I am choosing to do it this way is so I can actually have a clear view of where exactly the dimensions are. Does that make any sense? I hope so. Dragon Cabode, hello there. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How are you doing? Why am I drawing the creeper with the head tilted? I mean, this is supposed to be just at an angle, but it looks like the head is tilted to the right. It's not supposed to be like that. Let's try with a little less angle. Yeah, this might work. It seems to be a little better. Okay. Now the side of the head over here. Oh hand, if only you would draw the line the exact way I want you to. Why can't you just make a straight line, hand? Why can't you? There we go. See, it wasn't so difficult. The face is a little offset in relation to the black lines here, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, now let's erase this bit here and these bits over here. You know, let me copy just the black here and undo everything. Let's revert back to this, and now let's have just that black square and put it back there. There we go. Now, well, what I essentially did here was reposition that thing so it is more, so the face is in the correct place it is supposed to be. But again, this is not the actual face that I'm going to be drawing. I mean, not like this, just the base. But it has to be in the correct position. After all, this is just, it's the base, it's a reference. And here's the side of the head. Wow, this head is really offset. Or maybe just looks offset because I am drawing squares instead of the rounded shapes that I said I am going to draw this creeper as. Which I am still going to do. I'm just starting with the squares as a reference. Okay. Yeah, I will have to move all of this a little bit. Even though I am not going to be using the square itself here. I do believe that the positioning is a bit wrong. So let's put that back there now. Now it is almost as if I am putting a box on the creeper's head. Which technically it is exactly what I'm doing. Except it isn't. Let's see what next. I don't think I need to draw the top of the head here. Yeah, just this here should work. Now, in terms of the body, I said I want to give this creeper a neck of sorts, so let's do this. I know it looks very weird right now, and probably will still look weird even when finished, but such is the nature of creepers. They are weird creatures. Reminds me this one day I was playing Minecraft. I was down in the mines and I found a large pot, not a large pocket of water, but I was digging straight, searching for diamonds, and this spot needs to be further over there. And I encountered a pocket of water that had a magma block on the bottom, and I wanted to keep digging straight through the pocket of water, and I got caught by the magma block. It scared me a little bit because it caught me by surprise, but no big deal. The thing is, right on that pocket of water, right above it, there was a very small corridor that was pitch black right above me, and I saw it when I was trying to jump over the water to get out of the water pocket so I could keep digging and such. And the second I looked at that dark corner above me, when it came into sight, a creeper popped in there. And I was like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, I gotta get out of here. I kind of panicked and tried to get out of there as quickly as possible. I couldn't get out of there as quickly as possible. So I got out of the water just in time to turn back and see the creeper falling exactly where I was and exploding right on my face. Thankfully I had a shield, so I instinctively I raised the shield to protect myself, so I don't think I even took damage. But I could have died there by the creeper if I had not reacted in time. I actually recorded that, though there was another instance when I was playing Minecraft also. I think it was the same day actually. And I was in the nether, and I fell through a hole that I didn't see, and I must have fallen like over 50 blocks. And I almost landed, 1, on lava, 2, although I hit solid ground, just almost hit lava. I managed to survive with like 2.5 hearts, and that was scary. I thought I had recorded that clip as well because it was fun, actually. But I was looking for it, and either it's saved to some different folder that I couldn't find yet, or it didn't record at all. Or I thought of recording it, but I actually didn't. Which was too bad because I wanted to record that. Okay, so let's say this here's the body. And this would be like the side. Okay, yeah. Let's go with this for the time being. How to make these freaking legs work? Let's see what I can do here. I am not really going to bother with the claws yet. I should probably draw this leg first and that one. um, I hope this is gonna work. So that's one part of the leg. This here should be the other. Okay, I think this is making sense, right? And go around here. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Now for the other one over there, I'm gonna do something similar. Not quite like that though. Okay. Not so okay, but let's leave it at that for now. Let's work on this leg here. And this one should probably begin like this. Get down here? No? Now let's begin with this side. Yeah. And this part here. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. Yeah, for starters, this should work. And the other leg there, I'm not gonna draw the whole thing. Let's just do this, just so we know it's there, because it is supposed to be visible down here. Okay, let's save this to the progress sheet. I think I can remove those red lines now. Let's keep them for a while longer though. Right. Now, let's let's remove the red lines as well as the gray lines, because now I need to fix the body. We have the base of the body in place. Now I need to actually make this thing look correct. And of course, let's save this to the progress sheet. And I am going to use red to draw over, or should I use blue? Which one should appear better? Let's see. I think red. So yeah, let's use red to draw over this. Let's begin with the head. Let's roundify this thing. Let's make gentle moves. Like this, kind of. Wouldn't it be interesting if creepers had snouts? Or muzzles? Or both? Well, technically both. I think what I mean is, wouldn't it be interesting if creepers had muzzles? Why? I don't know. Should have pointify a creeper at some point. I'm pretty sure someone has already done it. Oh, you know what would be cool to do? To Draconify a creeper. Draw a creeper as a dragon. Although I'm pretty sure someone must have already done that as well. I just have never seen one before. Now that would be terrifying to encounter. Even more than an actual creeper. Can you imagine? An entire gigantic dragon exploding in your face. That would cause some damage. For sure. Alright, so for the basic shape of the head, well, not so basic now anymore, but this should work. Maybe I should round up this part down here a little more. I'll fix that later, if actually necessary. No, I'm going to do that now. Let's remove just the red. And I am actually going to use the curve tool for that. I should probably use the curve tool for the whole head. Yeah, let me do that. Let's see how much that is going to help with the shape of this thing. I don't want to make a round head. I just need to be rounded. That's the thing. And it has to stay within proportions, within the established proportions. I mean. Okay. I love the song. Don't go into the Everfree. 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 Let's remove the red. This can be a bit better. Let's redo the top there again. Okay, now let's remove the red again. Yeah, that's better. That is better. Let's turn the blue into red, just so I can continue using the red color for these lines. I could go and carry on with blue. That would be no problem, but I want to use red. Let's thicken up these lines a bit. The darkness within the trees, the monsters from deep below. My friends all are telling me you shouldn't go. Don't go into the Everfree. 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 Let's work on the body now, because I think the head is fine as it is. Now, how exactly do I want this neck to be? You know, I'm just going to use the curve line and let's see what happens here. Yeah, I think this is fine. Or at least it would be if my hand could actually obey the commands it is supposed to obey. And draw the line the way I want it to be. Now I know the line is already there, technically speaking. But I want to draw another one over it. So it looks a little thicker. And yes, I have to freehand that. Now let's do kind of the same sort of line on this side here. Should it be? Yeah, it should be like this. Curve it like this. I hope that is right. I will only know for sure when I erase these black lines. So we are left with just these red ones that I'm drawing over them, which then I will turn into black lines. Because these are what the creeper is going to be, or are what the creeper is going to be. I mean, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Forget it. It's too hot for me to think. All right, that seems to be fine. Now, let's draw the legs. And I think this one has to be kind of like this. Now I'll draw this paw. I know it kind of looks like a pony hoof, but it's not. Although, if I ever ponify a creeper, it would work. It definitely would. As a hoof. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, could be more like this. And now we can go down here. Yeah. I'm not going to draw the claws just yet. I want to have the whole body done first. Because the claws are technically part of the details of the body. So therefore, not exactly very important right now. Let's draw this leg. Is that right? Not quite. Not quite. Okay, that is better. Okay. So I think this leg is good. as it is. These legs might be a little on the short side, but should there be a line here, like so, or like this? No, not now anyway. Let's drop this other leg here now. No, that is wrong. Let's draw this paw. And go up. Maybe that leg should be positioned a little further back. I don't know, let's finish drawing the body, and that'll be part of the corrections if need be. Okay. Let's see now about the face. So a creeper's face is essentially two squares for the eyes. In the original, obviously. Let me draw these with gray. You know what, let's just use a square. So there's a square. There's another square. Never mind that. That's freehand. Square. Why can't I make these the same size? Jesus. Right. Now the mouth goes like this. No. Here and here. Sorta. How do I make that into something organic and natural? Are creepers supposed to have teeth? Because if they do, either it's not visible here on their texture, or these green pixels right here that I'm pointing with the pencil are supposed to be the teeth, in which case they would be green. Have you ever seen green teeth? Maybe on St. Patrick's Day, but I don't think that counts. How weird would a creeper with visible teeth be? Kind of weird, I guess. Regardless. The creeper is definitely supposed to have the mouth open. Now, there's these two pixels here on each eye. I don't know if those are supposed to be his eyeballs, or more specifically his iris, or if creepers actually just have sunken eyes. There is if I make it that way, it should look extra creepy, like an actual proper monster. In regards to the mouth should definitely be open. Now we can see that on the texture. Okay, let's try this. You know, I should start with the eyes. Now, because I am roundifying the creeper, the eyes obviously should be round as well. Let's make them large. Not too large, just large enough. Should they actually be circles like this? Maybe not. Let's instead make them more like this. Yeah. And that one goes like that because the head is curving to that side. So it makes sense. Oops. I almost tried to draw a nose here. Now let's try and get this mouth correct. Or at least as correct as I can make it. And yes, it is supposed to be curving there. Wow, that is kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. Let's draw a little line here to represent flexing of the face muscles. The script is like should I draw like a tongue here somehow? How the frick does this mouth work? I don't know. Let's save this to the progress sheet for the moment. Ctrl C, Ctrl S, Alt Tab, Ctrl V. Ctrl S. Tab back to this. Now, like I said, I can draw the eyes kind of like that, or I can draw, or rather I can not draw eyeballs here, but instead have the creeper's eyes be just empty void eye sockets. How would I do that? Then again, I could do actual eyeballs, but have them be green. So like this. You know? Because the creeper's all green and stuff. But it's not a bad idea. But I am kind of more inclined towards the just empty eye sockets idea. It's just that, how do I make those? That makes no sense. Let's focus a little more on this mouth here. Let's first remove the black lines. So now we have a clear view of what I have, of this monstrosity that I have done. Okay. And let's turn this into black. Because this is supposed to be the sketch for the creeper. And of course I am going to save this to the progress sheet. But I'm going to replace that red one. Okay. And keep using black for drawing the rest of the body. This legs needs fixing. I still gotta draw the I was gonna say the tails. The claws. What would a creeper look like with a tail? What if I draw? Yeah, that, you know, that actually does not look very bad. For some reason it doesn't look bad, but creepers do not have tails, so no. This mouth. Should I draw teeth on this mouth? And if so, how should those teeth look like? Should they be pointy? Should they be squared? Let's try a couple different things. Let's begin with just a line like this. Let's see what this might look like. Good lord. Oh my god. At the same time I like this, I also hate it. It could work though. It could work. What if I do something similar, but instead with pointy teeth? Oh Lord. Okay, now that is terrifying. That is proper terrifying. You know, I think I'm gonna use this. Let's draw here these lines to represent gums. Yeah. And should creepers have tongues? Maybe not. So just the back of the throat there, I guess. Or maybe not even that. Yeah, I think this might be a little more terrifying if I just have this be completely a very dark shade of green when I color everything. Okay, so one thing. That looks fine, but I am not entirely convinced by the pointy teeth. Let's undo that. I just copied that head, by the way. Let's paste it over here as a backup. Let's experiment with that first one I drew. Let's make that a little better. Or as better as I can make it. Yeah, no, this here is better. Undo that. Now let's put this back in place. Perfect. The eyes. What about these eyes? I don't know. Let's work on the legs. So this here needs to be a little more to this side. I think. Let's do it anyway and see what it looks like. Curve this a little more. Also here. And here. And there. Let's remove this line there because it should not be in existence. There we go. Let's give this this leg here also needs a little bit of fixing. Let's make it this way. Go up there. I am going to fix these legs first, and then when I believe everything is correct, I will change them to be moving, so to speak. Not so to speak, just to make them look like the creeper is walking. But first I want to get them right with the creeper just standing. Probably should have saved the backup, but I think the only change I made from this one is the face, the mouth specifically. Yeah, it is, so no problem there. And this leg is too thick on this part here, on this side. Which is not actually a problem, it's just that perspective-wise, it is incorrect. That's fine, I will see if I can fix it. There we go. Now expand this down here a little more to this side and go up. By the way, I have decided, there's one thing I have decided and another thing that I have not yet fully decided, but one thing I have decided is, or maybe should I start by the other one? I'm going to start by the other one. The one thing I have not yet fully decided is whether or not I am going to do your character here commissions. The thing I have decided, however, is that if I do make those sort of commissions, I think that I want to start with this particular picture. So I'm gonna finish this one with Silver and Thunder Skies, and if I do make your character here commissions, I will offer this picture as the first one. So people who wants to have their ponies in this particular picture can have them replacing Silvertrot and Thunder Skies, or just one or the other. And I think that should be fun. And that also means that I would have to be making this picture in a way that it will be easy for me to redraw it over and over again, at least a large part of it. So one thing that I was thinking is to instead of using soft shading to make a full Photoshop picture like I usually make, instead use simple shading, and not exactly simple shading, but more hard colors everywhere, and for shading just use hard shading. That will make it easier to reproduce the same picture over and over with about the exact same quality, because if I do soft shading every time, it will always look different. The shading will always come out different. And besides, there are times that I make some effects with shading that I find it impossible to replicate later, or at least to make it good, to make it look as good as the first attempt. So yeah, hard shading should help with that. Hard shading plus hard colors, but also it would give a little more of a cartoony style to the picture, which is something that I do like to make. So yeah, that should work. Then again, I can also do both at the same time. Well, not at the same time, but I can have the picture ready to be drawn in both manners, which actually that is something that I could also offer. I could offer a more expensive version of the YCH where the whole thing is fully shaded with soft shading. As an option, yeah, I could offer that as an option. It would be more difficult to make, which obviously is why it would be more expensive, but it would be an option. Also, if I make it that way, well, regardless if I make it that way or not, but I can have, specifically on that way, regardless, I could have the whole picture, background, everything fully done, and the only thing that would require changing would be the characters themselves here. These two little guys here. That's not a bad idea, actually. So like, let's say for example, for the option of fully shaded with soft shading on Photoshop, I will be using Photoshop regardless, but anyway, I could have everything shaded correctly, do just one shading for everything, and have a version of the file, of the final file of the picture, where I have just the characters in a way that I can color and shade them from scratch every single time without doing anything to the background and the creeper. Yeah, I like that idea. I do like that idea. That is definitely something I should consider. Okay, that is a creepy creeper. Let's save this to the progress sheets. I think the legs are not done actually. I have yet to draw the claws. But let's save this to the progress sheets. Anyway, how many claws should the creeper have on each leg, on each paw? 4? 3? No digits, just the claws. Also, should the claws be pointing in this direction, or should they be pointing in this direction? Considering that the creeper's legs are essentially doing an X, perhaps you should consider. Actually, no. No, they should be pointing, facing forward like the original. So that means, let's see, Let's have a claw here. Let's see how many claws I can fit. One here. One there. Okay, that does not look very good. I don't want these claws to be too big, but I don't want them to be too small either. And this one seems a little too small on some parts, while too big on others. Alright, that is almost right. This part here is not as well as as good as I hoped, but I suppose that can be fixed. Let's work on the other claw here first. Maybe just 3 claws? Maybe just 3 claws. Saying claws, I mean plows, reminded me of a meme I saw earlier, or yesterday, I can't remember, regardless. What was it? It's about Santa Claus. Santa Claus and the pandemic. Basically the meme said that right now it should be a good time to tell your kids that Santa Claus did not survive the pandemic. So the kids will not be asking for expensive stuff. Such a mean thing to say, but funny. Okay, so this other claw is supposed to be facing... Yeah, there we go. Perspective-wise, I don't think this is looking quite correct. But whatever, let's carry on like this anyway, and fix it later if necessary. There's all the claws for this other leg. Isn't that one a little too big if compared to that one, which is closer to us? It is. The anatomy was correct, but the size was wrong. Okay. This is wrong. Yeah, I think that claw just made there looks a little better than this one. I'm not going to bother with fixing these claws yet. First, let's finish drawing all the claws that I have to draw here. Now, for this leg here, I think only one claw should be partially visible. Kind of like this. Yeah. That should work. It needs to be a little more pointy though. Yeah. That's good. Let's save this to the progress sheet and fix them. Oh, I must not forget about the eyes. I might need to look on Google for a few ideas, because I really cannot decide whether I actually want to draw eyeballs or if I want to draw just empty eye sockets. In which case, if I do go with the idea of drawing empty eye sockets, I actually will have to look up some references, because I do not know how to draw those. Never done them before. I don't know how to draw them. Then again, I could just grab a very dark shade of green, and just do flat, but I don't think that would look any good. Or at least it would not convey the idea that those are just empty eye sockets, you know. Alright, let's see if I can make these claws look a little better. They're not so bad, to be honest, I dare say. But at least this one here needs a little changing. Almost. You know what, I think that is good enough. Let's grab the eraser, a small size, color red, and remove these pixels there. And now let's color this blue, the same color of the rest. And now here's another trick. Let's remove the lines that define the paws. So now we have just the claws. And let's paint them black. Okay, and this allowed me to see another mistake that I made here when fixing this claw. There's too much claw on this corner. Why does it look worse now? Heck. Fine, let's just use the curve tool over here. Okay, that looks way better now. Way better. Good. Let's roundify this a little more. Yep, that's good. Let's remove those pixels there. Oh, that red there needs to become black. Forgot about that. There's a little too many pixels on this chunk over here. Alright, that's a bit better. And okay, there we go, we have a creeper. Well, almost, I'm not done yet. Let's put that over there. I do feel like I should draw the inside of the mouth. Makes sense. So just a line like that maybe should work. I don't know if it should have a tongue or not. I mean, I think it would look extra creepy if it did not have a tongue. After all, the only sounds creepers make are hissing sounds. Well, I suppose a tongue would be useful for that. I don't know. What if I do draw tone? Yeah, that's not so bad. It gives the mouth a little depth. Now I have, yeah, okay, I'm going to keep this. I do have to figure out the eyes. But first, let me do something here. What if I do this? Nah. Let's not touch that. Okay. The eyes. I can have the eyes be just the iris, kind of like this. That works. I just don't think it is creepy enough. Alright, let's go on the internet and see if I can find empty eye sockets. I'm pretty sure someone must have drawn fan art of creepers with eyes like that. Just avoid 4 eyes. This is basically the idea I have right now with the eyes. You know, as you can see there, see an iris there, and the eyeball itself dark green. That's what I would be doing if I choose not to go with the idea of empty eye sockets. Oh god. Mutant pig. Interesting. That's a very interesting design for a creeper. And this seems to have the idea of empty eye sockets. As you can see there, nothing. It also kind of has a little bit of the muzzle idea that I mentioned earlier. Kind of cool. Not gonna lie. I thought about giving my creeper a muzzle. If I did, I think it would make sense to look something somewhat like this. Even the claws. Look. Even the claws. Same kind of paws with claws that I came up with here. I like this design for a creeper. Not bad. Oh, hey, this is on DeviantArt. I'm going to fave it. I like it. Let's save this to my collection. Let's see. Let's save to the folder others. Oh, I see some dragon art over here. That's an awesome cinder. I'm gonna add this to my collection also. Spyro, save that there. Wait a second, did I just see another art that I might want to add to my collection? Oh my god, I'm stuck checking art now. Help! This is very nice. I gotta stop looking at this section of DeviantArt there. This happens every time. Ah, freak. Romano Dragon. Drago. Romano Drago by this person. And save it to this folder. Alright, back to Google. Yeah, empty eye sockets is a good idea also. The Creeper. There's just a TNT there. Creepus Explodus. Night vision for optimal creeping and identifying nice everything. Oh hey, this is identical to the design I came up with for the picture that I'm drawing. The body, yeah, that is identical. Except the mouth. The mouth is obviously different. But again, not so different because it has pointy lips there, while my creeper has the actual curved lips, but actual teeth in there. You know what? I think I know how to do this. Instead of eyeballs, let's go with empty eye sockets, but I should be able to make this look like something empty, completely void, with colors when I color this thing. So just for now, if I draw lines like this, well, that looks strange, but these lines like this should somewhat, hopefully maybe, represent different colors. Ah, no, screw that. Let's just leave this empty like this. And is that the same as that one? I think it is. Let's make sure. Let's copy this one and paste over this one. And doing redo. Now there's a very tiny change to the mouth. Also, why is there that 1 pixel there? Oh my god. Now a line. Okay. And let's delete that. Put that there. And there we have it. Hey, oh my god. And we have a creeper. I don't know how I'm going to do the coloring of this thing. Excuse me. Because creepers have all of these patterns. I can't just make the thing, the whole thing green. But I do feel like I should make the patterns somehow, somewhat. I don't know how to do that. For the moment, so let's just pick a color here, a shade of green. I mean, from this, yeah, let's pick that one. That's too dark. That's too light. Oops. That's just fine. Let's call it this thing like this, just to same thing that I have done for the 2 ponies there, just to see, to have an idea rather, what it should look like when fully colored and finished. For the mouth, is this actual black? It is actual black. I don't want that, so let's grab a very dark shade of green. Let's make it a little darker. Put that color there. Let's grab this shade of green now. Let's use that for the tongue. Everything about the creeper is green. And let's make this green a little darker and use that for the inside of the creeper's mouth. And maybe a little darker than that. Yeah, sure. For the teeth and the gums, should they be green also? The teeth, maybe not. Let's pick this color here. Do this. Oops, not that. Oh my god. Just click on the pixel. There we go. Now, the gums of the creeper. What color should they be? Also, this line needs to go away. Yeah, that looks better. Let me do that fix on here really quickly. There. Oh, I saw another thing that needs fixing. This and that. Save. And let's do the same here. Alright, that looks better. So for the gums of this thing, should they be red or should they be green? I mean, considering that the mouth itself and that even the tongue are green, perhaps the gums should also be green. What color should I use for those? This one, perhaps? Yeah, sure. Is that shade in use anywhere else? No, it is not. So, good. Now for the eyes. The eye sockets. Let's pick a very dark shade of green. I think this is black actually. Oh no, it is green. Let's put that there. And with a darker shade, let's see if I can give this some sort of depth. Hang on. Before I do that, let me copy this head. Okay. Now I will try to do this. And yes, I am intentionally allowing these lines to go beyond their boundaries. If I can find that one pixel, there we go. Let's see, slightly lighter color now. Slightly lighter shade rather. I can't see squat. What am I doing there? Maybe that line is that color rather, is way too dark still. Or too light, I don't know. Ah, okay. Now I can see a bit more of this. Yeah, sure. Let's go with this. Do like that. And like that. And now paste this head over there. Give it this color, put that there, and there. Ah, there we go. Yeah. I think that gives the idea of depth. Or, if you look from a different perspective, it looks like the creeper is actually looking into this direction here. But no, that is not the idea. This will obviously look better when I do that on Photoshop. You know, I can actually use these as the basic colors for the creeper for when I color the yeah, that's right, for when I color the thing on Photoshop. I don't know about the patterns, but in terms of base colors, these seem to be fine. Let's copy this color version of this creeper to the color, not the colors, to the progress sheet over here, and call this creeper done. Let's change the size of this canvas, add the date, there we go. Give me this brush. And today is September 19th of 2021. That almost looks like a 7. There. Sunday. Let's put the date over here. Actually, no, let's have it up there. There we go, and save. Let me drink some water. Alright. Let's place this creeper in the general sketch. Let's copy this thing from here. And I'm going to replace that thing there. Rotate, flip horizontal. The angle at which this oh, I forgot to change the position of the legs to make it look like it is walking. Oh no. Oh, crap. I was gonna say that the angle at which this creeper is standing up like this is not quite correct in relation to the position of these two characters here. And then I realized the reason why. The reason why is because I drew this thing having in mind that this creeper is walking. So, you know, when you walk, you move from side to side, that sort of stuff. And the creeper should also do the same. So I drew the creeper's body tilting to one side a little more, having that in mind. But then I forgot about the legs. But yeah, when properly finished, it should look, the creeper should be more or less around here, dangerously close to the ponies. This is going to look good when finished, hopefully. Let's close this without saving for now, and let's go back to the drawing board. Let's grab this sketch of the creeper and replace this colored one here, because I need this thing to be completely void of colors, just purely black and white. Oh no! I erased the tip of Silver's horn over there. No problem. just gotta do this. Oh, almost. There we go. Perfect. Save this. Okay. Now, these legs. So the Creeper is walking. I should change this leg to be lifted off the ground so it is stepping forward. How do I do that? I have to think a little bit. Give me a moment, my friends. So this leg has to be lifted off the ground a little bit. Must look like it is moving to step forward, which means this one has to stay like this. And I suppose this leg over here has to be around here, because it already took a step forward, so it has to be closer to this leg. Is that right? While that other leg back there should be maybe a little farther back. Is that how quadrupeds move? I need a reference, and I know exactly what. Just before I started the stream, I found a video on my recommendations where an animator drew a realistic style Rarity walking. And that should help me to have an idea there. By Turnip Studios. Yeah, let me slow this down and observe the movement of the legs. Yeah, I thought about this almost correctly. That leg there, which is this one, it has to be up and off the ground, moving forward to step. This back one has to be doing the same, so off the ground and moving forward, while the other two, so this one and that one, they both have to be moved backward. I mean further back. So what I originally thought was to have this one off the ground, this one further forward, with this one still like this, and the other one back there. So I thought of this almost correctly. Almost correctly. So yeah, good. And by the way, guys, go to this person's channel, leave a like on this video, because this is awesome. This is awesome. I do believe they deserve recognition. And this is beautiful, very well animated also. So props to Turnip Studios. I don't know if they surely must have other good stuff there. Oh, I have watched stuff from them before. Nice. Also, awesome dragon there. Wait, that's not a dragon. Whatever. That is awesome. Wait, that is a dragon. Yeah, that's definitely a dragon wing. Regardless. Oh, I'll have to watch more of their stuff here. It looks like they have a lot of awesome stuff. Anyway, go check them out. Turnip Studios. Okay, so back to this creeper. This leg has to be up. This one has to be up as well. and moving forward. This one and that one, both of them have to be touching the ground, but further back. Let's try and make that work. You know what I'm gonna do, however? I just ran out of water. I need more water. I'm going to take the first break that I mentioned, and I'll be away for like 2 minutes, maybe. I'll grab more water. Refill my water bottle, which is in the fridge, put that in the freezer so it cools down faster. That way, if I want more water, which I am definitely gonna want, I can have cool water by then. And also maybe pay a trip to the bathroom, because I have been drinking water all day. Gotta stay hydrated. How hot it is right now anyway? Let me check the thermometer. 34. Alright, temperature is starting to drop just a teeny tiny bit. But that's only because it is the sun has already set. Alright, so I'm gonna do that, and I will be back in a couple minutes. See you soon, my friends. Alrighty, I am back, and now I have very cold water. Not as cold as I wish it would be, but it'll do. Refreshing. Right then, let's work on these legs. It is leg day. Okay, so this thing, it has to be up and off the ground. So like this, I guess. Let's redraw this part of the body as well. And okay, that should work. Carol Paulo, happy Sunday. Thank you for joining the stream. Welcome. How are you doing? Olá para você também. Muito bem-vindo, ótimo domingo. Happy Sunday. You arrived just in time to see me try to fix, not fix, but change the position of these legs. Make them look like they are walking. Okay, so here's a knee. There. And I think about this should be fine. I have to make the leg look like it is moving forward, but at the same time I have to keep within the same proportions as the original I drew here. And I think I made a mistake. Let's move this knee a little further forward like this. Right. And so this should be the first part of the leg. Let's see about the second part now. Should be like this. Is this right? Yes, I think it is. So now I draw this line like so. It is supposedly to be the creeper's paw or foot, whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna call it paw. Alright, like that. Let's curve this section here a little more. I'm not too convinced that this is right. Not as much as it should be. Yeah, I see the problem. This part of the leg is not as wide as the original. It needs to be wider. So let's make it wider. Let's increase. Well, not increase it, but change this line a little bit. And make it go up there. Okay, now it should look more correct, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think it does. That seems to be more appropriate now. Just do a little correction on this part here, and voila. Over there. Like I have done before, when I drew the legs originally, I would draw them in the position they have to be. I'll get them right first, and then I will add the claws. Because, you know, as I always say, basics first. Just gotta change this part here a bit. Do I? Yeah, sure. Yeah, there we go. Ah, that's good. Now, now that this leg is mostly done, let's save. Let's work on this one. This one has also to be off the ground and moving forward. However, it should be, well, obviously should look a bit different because of perspective, angle, where in which side of the creeper it is. But it must also look like it is not at the same height as this one. How am I gonna do this one and how to make it work? I think I'm going to start on this side and no, that does not look very good. Maybe I should start up here. Move up like so. Now have the knee be a little more pronounced. Right. And now let's have this leg go a little further down. Now I can draw this line here to represent the paw, and go down like this. Yeah, I think this might work. Hopefully, anyway. Although this part here needs to be changed. Gotta keep in mind the creeper's anatomy. A weird anatomy nonetheless, but gotta do it right anyway. And we also curve that a bit like so. And let's also move this bit of the body. Right. Let's round this a little bit more, because it has to be. Oh, wait a second. The claws on the back legs are supposed to be on this side, not on the back there like I have done over here. Well, I could take a little artistic liberty, some artistic freedom here and do it that way, but since I am following the original, it is not supposed to be back there, it's supposed to be on this side. I just realized that. Oh well. Let's worry about that later. For now, let's change this a little bit more. For now, this should work as it is. Let's just do a little bit more a few more corrections here though. There. And also here. Lovely. And save. These two legs, for starters, should be fine. Now I have to change the other two legs. The front right leg and the back left leg, but those, at least one of them, is going to intersect with this one. The front right leg should intersect with the should be drawn over the back right leg, which means when I redraw, I will be redrawing over what I have just done there. So just to be on the safe side, I am going to save a backup. And that means pasting that sketch to the progress sheet. Now, let's erase the original legs that I have drawn previously. Like this. Yes, even the claws. I'm not gonna bother with them as of yet. This section here is going to need some correction. That's fine. That leg's fine. This one looks kind of weird. I don't think I got the movement on that one quite correct. I mean, the movement itself is correct. What I mean is the anatomy of the leg is not. How can I fix this? Like, this line, it should not be at that angle. It actually should be more like this. Shouldn't it? You know what? Screw that. Let me redraw this leg first, and then I can worry about that one later. Okay, so this one should be further back, right? How do I do this one? Maybe start with a paw. Like this. Yeah, this might work. I will use the line tool, however. Curve it down here, curve it up there. And it needs to be a little more pronounced than that, the curves. Okay. This is not exactly what I would call correct, but for a start, it should be fine. Not sure about this part here now. So this maybe needs to go like that, which actually should give me a little bit more freedom with this line here to make it more like, I don't know, this. Does that make sense? Now let's do it and see what it looks like. Yeah, that seems okay, I guess. It will need some fixes here and there, but it should work fine. Road Tracker, happy Sunday! Thank you for joining. Welcome. Nice seeing you here. How are you doing? Oh my god, I just erased a little more than I should. Oh, also, this should be curved up a little bit. No, it should not. Let me just erase everything there and do it again. There. Is this right? Wait, let me grab the curve tool over here. Yeah, maybe like this will make more sense. Let's try it. There. I'm doing very well, Rogue. Thank you. Except for the hot weather. It is way too hot here. Actually, I just came back from a quick break, so I could get more water. Which, by the way, I refilled my water bottle, and put it in the freezer, so I will have more cold water when I need to refill this cup. And hopefully it will be cold enough by then. I really don't like the hot weather, honestly. I like cold weather, but I don't like to feel cold. That's the problem. The problem with that is that when we have cold weather, which I love, I always get very cold feet. It's like my feet are always constantly inside the freezer. Even when I am wearing like 4 thick socks. It's annoying. Is that leg correct now? Almost. I need to raise the knee a little more. The knee has to be well, not necessarily more pronounced, but it does have to look like it is around this area here. So something like this should make more sense. Hopefully, anyway. Assuming that I can make this right. I can, I just gotta figure out how. There we go. Let's curve this a little bit more. And yes, I know I did just erase some of the red line there, which I actually should need. I mean, I should need the line, not to erase it. But one problem at a time. Okay, so the knee now is in the correct place. It just needs to be a little more curved. So let's curve it. There we go. Hey, no problem, Dragon Cabode. That is very good to know, Dragon Cabode. Nice, good to know that you are doing well as well. I hope the weather is not as hot for you as it is for me. I actually usually don't feel very well when the weather is hot, which is one of the reasons why I have been feeling well overall since last week. I probably might have mentioned something on my last stream. Can't remember. Regardless, I haven't been very well, and the hot weather is one of the reasons. Okay, now this is more anatomically correct when we consider the position of the leg and the angle at which we are seeing it, at which we are looking at it. But this area of the leg down here should be a little wider, I think. So let's make it a little wider. Go. Now move this line up. Nice. And erase that one there. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna need to make a little change on this part here. Yeah, like that. It's still going to be the same width. It's going to be about the same, about as wide, but now I am changing the angle of the paw. Not because it is actually at that angle, but this time it's more because of the perspective. And okay, I think this is it for this leg. No, it is not. Let's do a little change here. And let's have a line go like this. Oops. There. Now that makes more sense. Let's save. Always remember to save your progress constantly. Whatever you're doing, always save it very frequently, because you never know when something might go south. I speak from experience. Alright, now about that leg there. How exactly do I fix this thing? It is almost right the way it is. The problem is it is not right. I should save this as a backup, as a progress backup. So let's copy this over to the progress sheet. Let's put it over there. Here we go. I forgot weather. If I feel like my freezer, just a hot chocolate blanket would solve everything. Yeah, that's one of the pluses of cold weather. You can actually, let's say, quote unquote, run somewhere, you know, to defend yourself. Like, the weather is cold, put on a coat, drink something warm, and you should be fine. My problem with cold weather is that my feet specifically, no matter how much I try to warm them, they are always really cold, like even colder to the touch. It's bothersome. But other than that, from the feet above, I'm fine with cold weather. The problem with the hot weather, on the other hand, is that you don't really have anywhere to run to. You know, there's only so many pieces of clothing that you can take off to stay cool, and just drink cold stuff does not solve much of the problem. So unless you are living in an environment where you have like an air conditioning to control the temperature of the room, you are doomed because you're gonna cook up. But yeah, in cold weather, just put on a jacket, close a window, something like that, and you'll be fine. In the heat, no, you can't do anything. Like, in cold weather, put on a coat, you can go anywhere outside, it will be about the same, you'll be fine. But in hot weather, the moment you step outside a room where there's AC, you'll be blasted by heat. So yeah, you can't really defend yourself very well when the weather is hot. And that makes me very uncomfortable. It is awful to sleep when the weather is hot. Awful. Like today, for example, I woke up, my bed was wet. Not because of accidents. I haven't had those since I was like a little kid. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But because of sweat. I was sweating way too much while sleeping. It's very, very upsetting to wake up like that. But anyway, how do I do this like right? Why must creepers have such a weird anatomy? This is so weird. If I had clay, or Play-Doh more specifically, I actually would try to model this design that I came up with, just so I could position the legs more or less the way I'm trying to draw them, so I could use that as a better reference. I know how this leg is supposed to be positioned. I'm just having troubles figuring out the angle at which I should draw them anatomically correct. Well, not them, this one in particular. I can make it, I just have to figure it out how. So for one, because it is moved forward and off the ground, that's a problem. It is not only moving forward, I mean, it is also off the ground. And these two facts about this leg are kind of conflicting with each other in my brain. And my brain's like, how do I draw it off the ground and forward at the same time? It is impossible! No, brain, it is not. We can make it. Perhaps if I begin with the paw itself, over here, right? Maybe a little. Now let's use a different color. I did save a backup of this, did I? Yes, I did. Good. Because I'm going to be drawing over the blue line. And the blue line is actually supposed to be over the lines that I'm going to be drawing next. So let's have this paw here, off the ground, and this. Oh my god, this is so strange. It's one thing to draw odd poses in anatomy and that sort of stuff that you have never drawn before, but it's another thing to do that on a character / creature that you have never drawn before. It's the unification of two, what is the term that I'm looking for here? Unification of two. Ah, my god, I can't figure out the term, but basically what I'm trying to say is that I don't have experience drawing creepers, and I don't have experience drawing legs like this. So it's basically the unification of those two lack of experiences, if that makes any sense. On the bright side, if I can figure this out, even if I don't, even if I can't, I should be gaining some experience. So that should be helpful. For the future anyway. But I have to figure this out. I have. Alright, let's put this line like this. Okay. I think I got it actually. I'm complaining, well, not exactly complaining, but I'm whining a little bit because I can't figure this out, but I think I just got it without realizing it. Let's do a few touch-ups before I proceed. And this should maybe go like this. Yeah, that kind of looks, I think that seems fine. Right. I have to change this other leg here as well, but that one should be the easiest. Let's focus on getting these legs correct first. Let's save a backup of this stage of the progress before I make. What happened? The hell just happened? Stupid Windows 10. Anyway, let's save a backup of this stage of the progress before I make any more progress, because what I mean is before I make any further changes, because what I will do next is place the blue line, which is one of the legs, back over the one I just drew there. How? Like this. Let's copy this section. Let's open a new window of Paint. Paste this over here. And let's remove all colors but blue. So let's remove the black and the red. Also this chunk of blue there. Now that I have isolated just this front right leg, I can go back here and paste it. And now we have that leg back in front of that other leg. Next, let's remove the red line, because that is not going to be needed anymore. And this piece of blue. And that seems to be fine. Now, should I draw the claws for that leg? Yes, but also no. I'm going to draw just one before I erase this part of the leg, which is not supposed to be visible, because the front right leg is in front of that, and therefore blocking the sight of that thing. So there should be a claw here, like so, and that's it. What I will do next is save a copy of this stage of the progress, because the next changes that I will be making here are going to be somewhat significant. More. Oh my god! It's so hot. My brain cannot process the words that I really want to use. Point is, changes that I will be making here, they are not possible to be undone so easily. So let's erase the black here now, because these lines are not going to be needed anymore. Now some of these yellow lines, only the parts that are not going to be visible. I erased a little more of black than I should. I erased the other leg completely. I was not supposed to do that yet, because I need that one there for reference to serve as a base to redraw it correctly. That's fine. It's fine. No big deal. Okay, now let's color these three the same color. So black on color number 2, yellow on color number 1. Now let's change the yellow to black. Now blue on 1. Do the same thing there. In red. There we go. And save a copy of this progress. Put it over here. And now let's copy this chunk back to there. And I'm gonna keep... Actually, let's copy the whole thing the way it is right here, because the lines are in the correct position. There. What I will do here maybe is let's grab a small eraser, remove these pixels, and change the color of the legs again. So let's change the, let's see, blue, the red. Yeah, let's change the red to blue, and then change the black on the other legs to blue. So wait, that's the other way around. I need blue on color number 2 and black on color number 1. There we go. Now let's color these. Just this part. There we go. And the reason for this is because, you know what? Whatever. What the heck? Let's call it the whole thing. There we go. The reason for this is because I am going to later extract. Let's select this. I'm going to extract just the blue part here, so I can paste it over what I am going to be drawing next. Excuse me. Alright, so let's see. Using red, that leg is supposed to be further back. So, is it even going to be visible? I don't really think it will. Maybe a little bit here. Yeah. There we go. And just this should be fine. Let's go ahead and draw the claws for that leg, or paw rather. And let's begin with this one. Okay, well, not okay. Not quite okay. It is almost okay. Okay, I think that is fine. When I draw the final line arts with vector lines on PhotoDraw, this should look better. Now, this other one here. And now, the last one, third and last one. Oh my god, just do it right, Mike. I know that is not going to be visible, but do it right. The angle of these claws is incorrect. Something here is completely incorrect, and I think it is this last one that I have just drawn. It is not quite correct. Okay, now that looks a bit better. Right. Now, let's extract the blue. There we go. Copy this and paste over here. Nice. And now let's remove the original leg. Let's remove the bits of the new one that I drew. You know, I should save this as a progress backup before I erase. You never know when I might, if ever, need this for some reason. There we go. Now I can erase this part here because this is not supposed to be visible. Huh. We only see the claws now. Okay. That works, I suppose. Very well. I could, and maybe should, go ahead And draw the claws on the other paws as well. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just where is that? Let's just take this one as a reference. Not that I actually need, but it's best so I can keep the proportions as correct as I can make them. Let's start with this one. No. Okay, I think that is fine. Almost right. Again, almost right. Though almost is not enough. Not here, not now anyway. Let me start over. Maybe a little less zoom, so I can see more of the creeper's body. Also, let's move this further up. There we go. Okay. This is right, but this claw is a little too much longer than it should be. Let's try and make it a little shorter without messing up the anatomy, angle, that sort of stuff. Which I think I just did. Well, kind of, but not really. One more claw with his paw, and we'll be done here. I'm gonna drink water while I draw this. Okay, I think I got it. Save. And let's see about this other one. How exactly should I draw these claws here? Should I draw them like a little lifted up because the creeper is stepping forward? Nah. Maybe like this. That looks strange. Not so bad though. Maybe this might work. Yeah, I think that works. I think that worked, guys. Let's just do a little fix here. Yeah, I think that is perfect. Well, maybe not perfect. Perfect might be too strong of a term, but that looks pretty good. Let's save this as a progress backup, as always. I'm gonna have to move these two ponies a little further away so I can select the creeper more easily with the rectangular selection. There we go. Copy, save, paste, save. Now, let's remove some of the blue here. Nice. Okay, now let's make everything become black. So let's have black on column number 2. Increase the size of the eraser. And voila. Same thing for red. And same thing for yellow. Copy this. Paste over here. And there we go. A Bambos Creeper. Not like before. I am going to color this creeper just to see what it might look like when finished. I mean, the sketch itself is finished. But what I mean is when the whole picture, the full picture is actually finished. Let's just paste this here because this didn't suffer any changes. Let's copy this for the colors. Specifically the claws, the color of the claws. Yeah. And there we go, we have a walking creeper. Save that. Paste this over there. And hopefully this time I am actually done with this creeper. Let's open the generous sketch that I made here as a sample. And let's paste this creeper here to have an idea of what this should look like. Yeah, I suppose this is good. This should work. I'm not too sure now about the direction at which his head is turned. I kind of feel like the face should be a little more to the side. But maybe I am overthinking things. Yeah, maybe if I have the creeper, here, I gotta bear in mind the perspective. 25 Minecraft things that feel illegal to watch. Okay. Oh frick, I accidentally unselected. So it should be a little further up like that. But I gotta bear in mind the perspective. So if I position this creeper here, yes, I think this might work. Let's remove that doodle wolf creeper to put there. There we go. And of course the creeper is hissing. And let's save this as a sample number 2. But that's printing. Whoops. Save as. There we go. Sample 2. Okay. Yeah, my friends, I think this sketch is done. I just need now to prepare the generous sketch that I will be using for CorelDRAW. Let's increase the size of this canvas a little bit. The characters have to be on the center. Also, should I have a torch on the ground somewhere? If so, where? I have to keep that in mind because of the lighting and shading. So I have to be mindful of where the light source is. Or maybe on a wall. I want the light. I want the light to be coming from this general direction, so the ponies are lit up from this side, which means maybe I should have a torch on the ground around here, perhaps. Let's pretend this is a torch. If I have the torch here, or I could have it here. Some fire. Yeah, if I have the torch here on the ground, I can have the light being cast in this direction, so it should work the way I want. It should also illuminate the creeper's front side here, so the creeper should be visible enough and well lit enough. Yeah, this should work. This should work. And speaking of work, let's work on the sketch for that freaking torch, because this is abysmal. As a doodle it works, but not as a thing that I want to actually use. Let's work on it over here. Should I save this to a progress sheet as well? What the heck, why not? Put that there. Now I have two choices. Torch, progress sheet. I have two choices. I can make a more, not exactly realistic, but a more normal, let's say, torch to match the style of the characters there. Or I could just downright draw a Minecraft torch the way it is in the game. Which, to be fair, would not be a problem. And actually would make sense. Huh? Let's change colors here. Let's turn the black into that. And now let's draw a more natural looking torch. So let's make this like this. Let's try and make this more like a piece of wood that is lit on fire. Yeah. And up here. Yeah, almost. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly detailed, because this part here should be covered by fire. And the fire will be drawn on Photoshop. And here I essentially just need the torch itself. And yeah, it should be fine. Instead of having a progress sheet just for the torch, what I will do instead is just place this sketch in the progress sheet of some of the other characters. A little bit of correction here. There we go. Let's copy this thing. And let's replace that with this. Actually, let's not do that. Instead, let me recolor this here. and paste this thing over it. Yeah, that way I can see the fire on the sketch. I did say that the fire will be drawn on Photoshop, but I don't actually need to see the fire on the sketch, but it is going to be helpful so I can draw the fire in the correct dimensions so when I am working on Photoshop. Let me think here a moment. The characters, if they are in a mining in Minecraft, they should have some tools like a pickaxe, perhaps. Silvertrot is a unicorn. How else would a unicorn hold a pickaxe? Using magic to levitate the thing. So I should draw that also. Let's name this file General Sketch, and let's grab this and put it somewhere. Which progress sheet has enough room for that? Thunder Skies, Silvertrot. I can place those torches there. Actually, all of them. I'm gonna have torch on Thunder Skies progress sheet just because it has the most room. Yeah, sure, why not? And close that. And let's close this here also and delete that file because I no longer need it. So here, torch progress sheet, go away. Alrighty. Now let me think. Since I started drawing these characters in the like this, I think I'm going to draw the tools like this also. But let me think. How exactly do I want this? Also, Thunder Skies is a Pegasus. How would he be holding something? With his mouth, but that would mean that I would have to make quite a few changes to his sketch to have him hold something in his mouth, and besides that would affect part of his expression. Maybe I could have it on the ground, like he dropped it, so he could make this pose. Yeah. I could draw a pickaxe here on the ground, and Silvertrot could be holding one with his magic on the other side there, so it would be kind of blocked by himself here. That should work. That way I would not block part of the creeper over here. And because I have not drawn them wearing armor, perhaps I should make those pickaxes to be certainly not diamond pickaxes. I should make them be made out of stone. They should be stone pickaxes. So like that would explain why they are not wearing any armor. That would explain why they don't have weapons, because they have just started. Yeah, they have just started playing. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I will take another break, however. Let me drink some water. Because I have been drinking so much water, I need to use the bathroom again. So I will take this another break, and when I come back, I will draw those pickaxes, and Silvertrot will be holding his with magic, so his horn will be glowing. Yeah, That would be nice. Okay. I'll be away for a couple minutes, and I will be back. When I get back, I will get started on those pickaxes. Right? So be right back, my friends. Okie dokie, I am back. Sorry it took a little longer than I expected, than I said I would. Anyway, I took the chance to wash my face a little bit to try and freshen up a bit, but the water on the tap is hot, is also warm, so that didn't help much. Okay, for the moment, let me remove the text, copy all of this, and paste it over here. Let's see about those pickaxes. So Thunder's pick should be on the ground, right? It had to be like around here. And ooh, what about the angle at which that thing is going to be visible? I mean, it's going to be seen. It has to be in the same perspective as the characters. Like this, maybe? Let me use the line. Not line, curve. Curve tool. Like this. Yes. Not quite like that. This does not look right. Not one bit. Get the perspective of the pickaxe on the ground right might not be as simple as I thought it would be. Let me start then with silvers, because that one should be a lot easier to draw. Should I draw it completely sideways perhaps, or how should I draw his? His is floating in the air. I'm going to draw around here so I can actually draw the whole thing. Should it be completely sideways at an angle? Should it be... Let me do it this way. Also, how big the pickaxe should be. Maybe about this big. Or this long, rather. Right. Now maybe a little longer. Needs to be a little more at an angle than that. Okay, for starters, let's go with this. Should I add another line here. Yes, I think I should. And make like this. Yeah. Now, let's zoom in. Erase this bit. Also this bit here. There we go. Do a little tip up there. And down here. And there we go. We have a pickaxe. However, the big part of that pickaxe is too perfect to be made out of stone. That's a bit of a problem. Well, not really, it's just that I am picky. No pun intended. Screw logic. I'll just color it stone and who cares? I mean, come on, let's be honest. Minecraft. Trees float in the air. I'm not going to color this pic because this is just a sketch. Actually, for the general sketch that I will use on CorelDRAW, I will replace all of these sketches for their black and white variants, and I will also change the color of every single one of them, the color of the line arts, so all of them are going to be visible, but without getting them, without mixing up with one another. Like for example, Thunderskies and Silvertrot's sketches, the entirety of Silvertrot's body is going to be visible through Thundersky's body, but his line art is going to be a different color from Thunderskies, so I can tell exactly which lines belong to Thunderskies and which lines belong to Silvertrot. And the reason for that is because I will draw them and group each one of them, not exactly as layers, but each character on the vectorization process is going to be completely separate from the other one. And obviously I can draw them first. I can draw first Thunderskies, and then I can draw on CorelDRAW with Silvertrot and then the Creeper, have them in separate files. But that, although that would work, my concern is that I might accidentally change either Thunder or Silvertrot's sizes. So having them both visible on the same file and draw them on that same file should help me and not make that mistake. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Now, about Thunderskies pickaxe on the ground. Also should draw diamonds somewhere here. And yes, they are mining. They found diamonds with a stone pickaxe. Hopefully they're not gonna try to mine the diamond block with stone pickaxes. Where could I draw that? Also, another thing, I could have like a piece of the cave somewhat in the foreground. Like, I don't know, maybe like this. One thing I thought is that perhaps instead of drawing them in a mine, I could draw them on the surface. Maybe chopping wood instead of mining something. So instead of a pickaxe, they could have an actual axe. But the problem with that is then I would have to draw a lot more background. That is something to be considered, but no, let's go with mine. It's not that I don't want to draw more background, it's just that, well, if I draw them on the surface, it will have to be nighttime to explain the presence of a creeper, and most likely I will have to also draw a skeleton or at least a zombie, and that's a lot more things added to the picture, which would not be a bad thing to do. It's just that I don't think it's really necessary. So let's see here. Let's try to figure out Thundersky's pickaxe on the ground. First, my issue with that is the angle at which I should draw that thing, so it will be with the correct perspective. And then I will worry about the background. Oh man, how to do this? I think I have an idea. And this might be cheating a little bit, but it should work. Minecraft pickaxe. Yeah, this one should work. Let's open Photoshop. Actually, let me copy this here first, and then I will copy the pickaxe. Very well, paste the sketch here. Now give me the pick. Paste it there. Oh, it had transparency, right? Nice. Okay. Right. Let me get this pick. More or less about the same size as Silvertrot's there. Alright, now because this is closer to us, obviously it needs to be a little larger. Okay. And where's rotate? Okay, so it's going to be on the ground here. Let's see, perspective. Oh! Not like that. Not like that either. Maybe, no, not skew, distort. Yeah, distort. Let's see, rotate. I suppose it would make sense for the pick part to be on this side here. And in terms of the perspective, let's see. Maybe bring this up a bit, a bit more. Not quite like that. Like this, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay. So that's good, I guess. Now what I'm going to do is draw over this pick. So let's copy this and bring it over to paint over here. Alright. Let's place it over there. Here? Yeah, let's have it over here. Now, oh, first, Let me copy Silver's pick there, just as a reference. Don't actually need it, but I want to. Okay. Let me use a light color so I can properly see what I'm doing here. I have never done this before. Not like this anyway. Not quite sure how well this idea is going to work, if at all. Let's see what is going to happen. Oh my god, just get the line on the, there we go. Alright, now another line going like this. Almost. Almost. Oh my god. Stuff. Perspective can be difficult sometimes. Okay, this might work. Let's erase this bit here. There we go. Now, same thing over here. Well, this might need to be a little bit different. Now let's curve this part here a little bit more. Yeah, that might work. No, this line here is wrong. Let's redo it. Yeah, that might work. Now let's draw the handle. Oh, hey, another like on that comment of mine. Nice. And curve this. I still kind of feel like this line is wrong. One problem at a time. Let's do that. Okay, let's see if I can make this line a little better. I think I did. We just need to change this bit over here. And now remove the original yellow from there. Let's make a little change on this side. Alright. And let's remove the yellow. Now, you might be wondering, how the heck am I going to use this as a sketch? I'm going to convert this into a sketch. Remove the pickaxe that Minecraft pickaxe that I put there. And let's do that. And use just the lines that I am drawing here. Well, I have two choices. I can either manually and laboriously grab the eraser and erase all of the stuff that is around those pixels, or Let me do another fix here. Really quickly, and I will continue with the explanation. Or I can use a Photoshop trickery. So let's copy this stuff. Let's go over to Photoshop. Let's put that there. Let's hide everything. Now, oh, hold on. I have to have all of those pixels be the same color. So let's turn the yellow into red, because why not? There we go. Now I can copy this and paste it over here. Alright, now for the trickery. Let's see if I can remember. Select color range, red, zero fuzziness. Okay. If I did this correctly, I now have selected only the red pixels. Invert the selection. There we go. Apart from one one missing pixel there, which I think actually is missing. Yeah, it is missing on the actual thing there. This pickaxe is done. So let's bring it over here. Paste it on top of that. Yeah, wonderful. Let's erase this stuff, and that stuff, and this stuff. Restore that one missing pixel. Oh, also here. There we go. And let's turn that red pickaxe into a black pickaxe, or rather the line arts. And there we go, voila. Yeah, I suppose that is good enough for that pick. Now let's see. In regards to a diamond block on the ground, I suppose. Now the background itself, I don't really mind to be all squares, all cubes, all blocks, like in Minecraft. Which actually, something that I might do for the background is to go into the game, find a cave that I believe might be suitable to work as a reference for the background, screenshot that, and then draw over it. That way I would be sure to keep the perspective of all blocks correct. Alternatively, I could just use the screenshot itself. I mean, that would be cheap and kind of lazy, but it's an option. As for drawing over, I have done that before, and I have talked about this also. This picture here, let me show you. This picture here, the Can Superstar. This stage where this mare, this pony mare, is standing. I drew this stage using a Minecraft screenshot as a reference, as a base for the perspective. Looking at this, you are unable to tell, but I did, and I'm actually going to show you. Let's find that file. Let's see, commissions. I think that one was, what was the year here? $2017? Yeah, I guess. So there's no 2017 here. Why? Well, I'm just gonna have to look for it. What is this for? Literate. So it might be this one. Yes, it is this one. Where's that? Haven't I copied the screenshots I used as a reference to here? I thought I had. Let me open an alpha. No, this already has this stage and does not have the screenshots. Beta, alpha, coloring. It's not gonna be on coloring because I had already drawn this stage with vectors by the time I got to that point. I am disappointed in my... Oh, here, stage base. There. There we go. So this, as you can see here, is the same stage that we see here, right? In sketch form, obviously. If I switch between these, you can clearly see it is the same thing. But here, bless you. But here, as you can see, I was drawing it with some opacity over this Minecraft screenshot over here. And this is exactly what I did. I went into Minecraft, I built this stage, picked an angle that I thought would suit the picture that I had in mind, in this case the perspective at which I wanted to draw this character. So I built the stage, took a screenshot of the stage like this, and then here on Photoshop I drew this over it, and then I copied this sketch over to Paint, did the fixes that I needed, and used that to draw the final line arts with vectors, and then apply textures for the floorboarding here. And long story short, this happened. So yeah, I have used this this technique, whatever you want to call it. I have used it before, so that is something that I can definitely and might end up using for the background for this picture here. Let's go back to that folder now. One's eyes, other's ears. Actually, the other way. One's ears, other's eyes. I am going to change the name of this. So yeah, that is definitely something that I might end up doing for the background on this picture. Let me drink some water. I wish people around here would not make so many noises when I am streaming. Anyway, is there anything else I gotta add to the sketch itself before I can convert this into the general sketch that I will use on CorelDRAW, so I can draw the line arts that I will use to color the thing? I don't think so. I do need all of this room up here for the dialogues, although I kind of still feel like it is too much room. Also, this pickaxe over here, which is going to be levitating with Silver's magic, is actually not supposed to be on this spot. It's gonna be more like around here, perhaps. Yeah, around here, on the other side of Silvertrot. which I might put it there. Should I put it there on a sketch level? Maybe not. Let's replace these characters with their black and white versions. Well, they're sketches. Let's remove all their colors. And this is actually rather simple. Just pick the color that I want to get removed on color number 1, and with white on color number 2, which is the same color as the background, right click on all areas that should contain that specific color. So here we go. This creeper is almost completely black and white again. So we have just his base sketch. Now to select the color of these gums here, I'm gonna have to do this. There we go, that should work. Now same thing for Silver and Thunder Skies here. Let's begin with their teeth and eyes, since I already have that color selected. Let's see, Silver's eye, that's black. I want the blue. There we go. Ah, their colors. Their eyes have the exact same color. Neat. I mean, makes sense, they are brothers. Okay, so that's that. Now Silver's neck bandana, Thunder Skies mane and tail, Silvertrot's mane and tail and goatee, and now their fur coat. First Thunder Skies, second Silvertrot. There we go. Now we're back to completely black and white. Now, I'm not done. I need Silvertrot's progress sheet. Give me that. I will need oh, maybe I will have to separate their sketches completely. Okay, that's fine. Let's select this sketch of Silver. New paint window, please. Thank you. Let's flip this horizontally. Let's keep his mane and tail. Let's see, what color do I want them. Yeah, I can have them be... Actually, no. Let's have those be a light shade of blue, of gray. Actually, let's not. Let's have those be this shade of... I think that's brown. Maybe a brownish red. Who knows? Now for the sketch of his actual body, let's convert that into a light shade of gray like this. There we go. Now I can copy this, bring it over to here, and paste right there. Perfect. Now let's do the same thing with Thunder Skies. Here, I want this sketch. New paint window. Don't necessarily need one, but I want. Let's flip him horizontally. His mane, the sketch for his mane, the color, I think I could keep it. No, I cannot keep it blue because no, I can't. I was gonna say because I changed the silvers to blue, but never mind. I'm gonna keep them blue like that. The color of the line art, sketch line art for his wing, I think those can stay red like that, but the color of his body, I'm going to change that line art to dark gray. And I hope this is going to be enough. Now copy that, and let's paste it over here. Okay, let's remove those remaining black lines from his eyes here, because those are not going to be needed anymore. The creeper, let's change its line art, its sketch line art to green, some generic green here, no problem. Whoops, I went too far. I touched the torch. And everything else can stay with the way it is. Now, these lines are not as separate as I hoped they would be. I mean, they are. It's just that, visually speaking, they are still kind of confusing. So I think what I should do here is save a few different sketches. Let's save this here as general sketch for Corel. Yeah, let's save it with that name. Now I need to separate Thunder Skies from Silvertrot. I need to have them be completely apart and completely isolated from everything else. So here we are. Let's begin with silver. Whoops, we need white on color number 2. Alright, let's reposition him there and do this. Okay. Now everything else needs to be deleted. Now we have on this one just Silvertrot. General sketch for Corel, let's put Silvertrot in parentheses over here. Okay, now let's undo what I have just done. And let's do the same thing. Let's do the same thing for Thunder Skies. Put that there. Hide the background. And delete everything. There is a very good reason why I'm doing this in this manner. Thunder Skies. And save. And yeah, that should be it. Now I'm gonna need Photoshop again, because now I need to extract their isolated sketches from the white background. I need to make that white background be completely transparent. Let's see, general sketch for Corel, that stays like that. Let's begin with this one. Let's put this over here. Make a new layer, bring it down. I said down. Okay, gotta unlock this one first. There we go. Let's put some color for perspective. Not perspective. Contrast. Yeah, this should work. There we go. Now, Magic Wand tolerance 0, anti-alias disabled, and let's select everything around and outside Thunder Sky's body. So here. What else? I think I have all the pixels that I needed to select selected. So, delete. Okay, that seems to be correct. Fine. Let's leave it like this for the moment. I'm not going to do anything else there. Now let's bring Silvertrot's general sketch and let's do the same thing. Let's paste it over here. Let's hide Thunder Skies there for a moment. And let's see if I did the selection correctly. Gotta select this area here. I think I have to select that as well. Let me check on Silver's color version here. Yes, that assumption is correct. So select this and that and that. Wait, not that there. What am I doing? It's going to be easy if I flip this sketch here. Don't actually need to, but for comparison's sake, it should make it easier. Oh my god, what happened there? Okay, let's put this like this. There we go. Alright, let's see if I have done the selection correctly. This pixel needs to be selected. The selection has to be pixel accurate, if that makes any sense to you. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be, but it's helpful if it is. Here under his tail. Okay, I think I got it. Delete. And okay, now if I enable the one that I did for Thunder Skies, this is what we have. And there's a very good reason why I'm doing this. Let's save this one over the original. Which is General Sketch for Photo Draw, Thunder Skies. Okay, okay. Now let's make Silver visible again and hide Thunder Skies. And do the same thing for his. There we go, save. And there we go. Now those two sketches have a transparent background, which is exactly what I need. Now, Photo Draw. This, by the way, is the last thing that I will be doing for today's stream. Minimize everything. Let's open Photo Draw. And let's start importing those sketches into CorelDRAW. I'm not going to start the vectorization process today. I'm just going to prepare for that to be done. Let me put away the pen and use the mouse now. Rendering resolution 500 dpi, yes. Primary color mode RGB, yes. Inches, no, I want to use pixels. And okay. There we go, now we have a canvas. Let's import. I need this folder. General Sketch for Corel. Let's put this in place. Let's grab its dimensions and set those dimensions for the size of the canvas. we go. This should be the exact center. Now let's make what I call the guideline. Let's make this a hairline thickness. And that square has to have the same dimensions as this general sketch and therefore as the canvas. So do this, put it over there, send it to the back of everything. And okay, now I need to import those other two sketches. There's two things I need here. I need to see all of this, but I also need to see just Thunder Skies and or just Silvertrot at any given time. So now let's bring Silvertrot, put it there. See, now because I have that sketch with a transparent background, I could import it over here and have it be completely over Thunder Skies there. So now if I need to see just Silvertrot's lines, I can. I can move it like that. So yeah, exactly as I need. However, to make matters easier for me when I need to select just this sketch, what I will do is make a little knob over here, and this is something that I have never done before. Let's do this so I can identify what it is. Silvertrot. Blah. That's not what I meant to do. Let's make this text small. Okay, put it over there, that's fine. Oops. Let's move both of these down. Put them here. Ah, frick. Of course it would select like that. There we go. And I'm gonna do the same thing for Thunder Skies, but his is gonna go up there. And I don't have to do this accurately at all. Thunder Skies. Stretch this to there. But before I bother with this one, let's put that there. I want this and this, specifically this here, to be in the same selection. So let's add that, and now I should have, yep, that is right. So let's press Ctrl G. Now if I move just this bit here, I should move exactly just Silvertrot's sketch here that is over everything. So perfect. Now I need to do the same thing for Thunder Skies. Let me group this. Let's put this over here. Send it back one layer. And is this behind? Yes, this is behind Silvertrot's. Have I? No, I have not yet brought Thunder Skies layer. So let's actually put this in front of everything. Now let's import Thunder Skies. Put him on the center. Add that little knob there, not knob, whatever, that thing there. Group them, and there we go. What if I center from here? Okay, it gets offset. That's fine, no big deal. So long as I remember to just press Ctrl Z to undo, that should be fine. So yeah, now I can easily move and or delete either one of these two sketches as I please. So like for example, if I want to work on just, like this, I can set them aside, or if I need to delete and see just Silvertrot, I can either bring this forward like this, or simply delete that completely. Well, in case of Thunder Skies, rather. There we go. This should be helpful. And this will allow me to work on these sketches freely. I have the Creeper, I have Thunder Skies, I have Silvertrot, I have everything. And I think I need to make a few adjustments to this before I can effectively begin drawing the line arts with vectors, but for now I think this is good enough. It's fine. Let's save it. Let's save it to this folder. And let's name this file Line Arts Alpha 0. And there we go, it should be saved. Let's close and open it again, just make sure. Yeah, there we go, perfect. Excellent. And one of the reasons why I have the line arts be different colors instead of black is because when I draw the lines with vectors, the lines that I will be drawing are going to be black. So that way they don't mix with the sketch, and I can see everything. Now, by the way, just realized something. Object, layout, effects, bitmaps, edit, no, view enhanced. Yes, that's what I need. Okay, yes, perfect. Yes, perfect, that is perfect. Now let's save this again and close everything, because I don't think I'm gonna need to do anything else on this today. So end of stream reminders while I wrap things up here. Remember, I now have a Discord server. For the time being, access to it is somewhat limited to only members of the Dragon Realms group on DeviantArt and subscribers to my Twitch channel here on Twitch, obviously. So if you are a member of the Dragon Realms group or a subscriber to my channel here, you should be able to join the Discord server. Just scroll down below the stream, you should find the links down there. Also, I stream every Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays. Every week on Wednesdays and Fridays I play a different game, and I draw live on Sundays, just like I am doing today. And I'm gonna save a sample of this, so let's keep this one open for now. And I draw live on Sundays just like today. What else? Do I need to save this here? Yeah, sure. The streams on Wednesdays, those are always specifically in Portuguese. However, the streams on Fridays, those are always in English. Fridays and Sundays always in English. So if you join the stream on Wednesday and you can't understand what I'm saying, that is the reason why. The streams on Wednesday, they should start at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, on Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Sundays at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And what else? No, I think that's all. That's all for today. So my friends, thank you all so much for joining today. I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you had fun. And I wish you all an amazing rest of evening, an awesome week. And until we meet again in the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe, stay healthy, and hopefully we'll meet again soon. Until then, bye bye, and have a good one.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because I'll turn your trips current paradigm. We would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion of the year. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Shut up, don't bet on thinking just because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.